can't you stay with me? I'd just like to hold on to all the memories. It doesn't hurt me anymore. I want you, you. Don't want you to leave, you stay with me. I want you, you. Don't want you to leave, you stay with me. I want you, 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 you. Oh, I want you, you. I want you, you. You have to know I want you. One look, one look. I try to get to your love, but you say it's too late. You got inside my head, my head. It doesn't hurt me anymore. I want you, you. Don't want you to leave, you stay with me. I want you, you. Don't want you to leave, you stay with me. I want you, 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 you. You have to know I want you. Don't want you to leave, you stay with me. I want you, you. Don't want you to leave, you stay with me. I want you, 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 you. Oh, I want you.
Good morning. Perhaps a bit too early. Never actually part of the site. Oh, that's right, and I had this set up to auto open it. I did do a little bit of work the other night. Not quite, I didn't quite feel like getting on, but I did pick a lock, and there's an unlock icon I haven't used yet, and kind of got that out and deployed. I have the tab switching, and you can actually set up runtime sets there. I need to do more with oh, that's lives. No, I don't like having that at the bottom, but there's just too many tabs here. Of course, I'm reloading all the time when I'm developing this. That won't happen as much for somebody just using it. All right, I realized that this kind of falls under here. All right, so we've got this basically switching. I think I need to figure out how to do a carriage return thing here. So that doesn't quite work. Admittedly, in the things I've been kind of testing with, it's not too common that you do everything in a set there. But that would be one reasonable response. We need a custom header for this. This is probably going to be like an unlock icon or something. We're not going to have a show all. If you've picked them, we're going to assume you want to see them all. I did rename some of this stuff. I should probably rename it internally for consistency. All right, it's going to touch map UI and view. Oop, no, not that yet. Show saved objects. We still have a model.saved objects. Oh, was that in... Yes. I know view has a lot of little things. That was saved. So that's a local variable. So this actually goes back, and that saved actually goes back to Luckled. Map UI. Oh, I guess we take that as a parameter from the view. All right, so that's internally consistent. We have the light icons that are deployed. We're not really using unlocked anywhere. So that's kind of a nicety. I've been debating whether I should have a second column to put it in locked, like a locked, unlocked in here. Right now, we just lock everything that's selected, and you use this interface. Right. Oh, because you're locked. That's why. That's why it's still highlighted. So this is going to be, what is this going to be? This doesn't really have the select all. It's just kind of left over from the other tab. It's not really going to have a show all. The thing is, if you unlock it, it actually gets removed from the list. So it actually ends up being more of a... So I was thinking I would do a custom button on the checkbox for lock unlock. But it almost ends up being a delete X. If you unlock it, then it is no longer a member of that list, and it won't show up there. So maybe that's just an X button. I presume we're going to have like a clear all there. Oop, I guess I didn't save you yet. Object list header. So it would be like a locked object header. Now, the real problem is this object, right? Object list header. Row. Huh. Oh, this might be left over from the life search where we kind of had some nested levels of stuff. This, unfortunately, is a semi-complicated thing, and we otherwise want to use pretty much the same setup. Actually, I'm looking at the individual items. So you got used object list header. I think this is an echo of... Do I remember any of my character names from yesterday? Not really. Where you had this sort of two levels of this data and then our icons. Object detail header. Now you see it's a column with a row, which is in a row. Which I can't help but think is a leftover of something else. Yeah, because we're doing two different font sizes. So width fill, we're overwriting font size. So why does this need to be in a column? I could maybe see some element there for the padding. And that does leave an extra here. Okay, yeah. We might be able to do padding on the row too. We'll see. Yep, that seems perfectly fine. Did this bit get bigger? Well, no, everything was inside of there, so it shouldn't have changed. Um, Locked object. The function of that checkbox is probably going to change. Right now... Alright, so there's... Wait. Row for the checkbox, then... Oh, that's for the alignment, which we don't even have anything left, right. So I guess my question now... Oh, how about we use it? Do we make that the clear button, or do we put a clear over here? I should probably make clear all, not just a check mark type thing. That should be relatively obvious what it's going to do. Let's see, I had a checkbox here before. I wouldn't call that a checkbox. We had a lock button. And this is going to be kind of the left-right thing. I don't know that I need a row. Probably doesn't hurt to have one. Some of our stats might change. This can be a no action for now. I mean, clear is probably... Oh, you had a palette before. You did have a model. Where are you complaining about this? Palette.divider. Okay, now we actually have a different error. 5 arguments, so you are missing your comma. I could maybe put an icon on the button. And there is a button label. This is icon only. That's not a label of something. And what was that icon? Locate, lock, unlocked, target, time, users, search, tree, cancel, circle. So you're not just text. You would be a row. I guess I could also use unlock here. Okay, so for one thing, we misspelled it. So there's that, which could use, well, it's a row, so we could just do spacing. We could also do now. Oh, actually, how about we make it work? Let's see. So message is oh, we still have save objects. Where are we still? Oh, because we still used it somewhere. Okay, so that's going to force us to implement it with a very nasty error message. Which is going to be, I think we have to do set.fromListEmpty. And then we do want to send that because it is going to update the visible set. Okay, so there's lock. This is clear. Right, because we still have, we still have the search set. That could be a little bit confusing. I don't have a good solution for it right now. All right, and that spacing is not looking good enough. Is that spacing working? Maybe because text isn't an L? Oops. Actually, this is a lot like the tab headers. Oh, the icon was an element. I guess maybe just something has to be an element for that to work. And I could kind of use to drop the size a little bit. What the heck did I grab? No, L is not a list. And we were using, well, I mean, spacing 6 might be too much for this. It's a smaller thing. So this is already, this is font size 16. Maybe you have to be a little bit smaller? Okay, now so that worked. We can get rid of that space. Now I'm not sure what to do with the buttons for the individual items. Because I was thinking you'd have a checkbox with lock, unlock as icons. To manage that, I would have to have a set in list and a selected set with some sort of implicit commitment time. We could turn it into the X. If I use on a per item basis the lock as the thing, you have the ambiguity between what this is the current state and we want to change it, which how the checkbox would have worked. And here's what the button is going to do, aka current state is locked, the button would do unlocked. I might just have to go with the X kind of thing. Because that's unambiguous. And I might want to make this clear all, since that would be a clear individual item. Not thrilled about some matching object. Well, I guess that wasn't too bad, size-wise. Okay, that is syntactic. Yes. We need a new message. There's going to be more of a button. Because while it will indeed have a somewhat similar effect when deselecting, now buttons don't necessarily have, well, I guess the only thing you could do on this would click on it to clear it. I don't want that to be super easy, though. Like with this, I mean, it makes sense that clicking on that would toggle it. Clear should be a little bit harder to do by accident. So you're going to have just a title somewhere. And then, what are locked? This giant button. Which is surprisingly much larger than the radio. All right, it's not going to have, I don't think we're going to have any of that. I don't think we're going to have any border stuff, not necessarily a background. So actually, that's a large part of it. And then label. Oh, that is the label of the button. And interesting that this has, I guess the button is the label, so it's not really left, right, or anything. I think there's going to be an icon. I don't know if LMUI maybe regions, main content, navigation heading, side footer description, and announce urgently. Yeah, I don't know if I have any good places to put a label if it's not directly in the text. Oh, and actually, it's replacing this. Oh, where'd my text go? So this is show matching object. That's where my text went. For which I need to have data. Okay, so I can do a search. I guess that would be picking out some object IDs, which I don't have any object IDs handy. All right, initial model. search mode, object list mode, locked objects, locked objects, let's see, I was originally using like Flint. Just having anything in there is probably sufficient. Are these insets? Yeah, there's flint chip. The alignments are wrong. I did. Okay, this is a column. This does need to be a row since it's not a single element. And the alignment of that feels different. Maybe it's just that this icon needs to change. Let's see. Font.size. I don't know what the checkbox uses. Maybe that's your padding. There's still something going on there. So the checkbox, the spacing was between this and this, which is more like the spacing of this row. Okay, well, actually, that actually pushes out a bit. And we don't have a function here yet. And my header for this you basically just need a spacer. That's exactly that size. So you can do margins. But for this kind of thing, maybe just take up the space. Wrong parentheses. That's about right. Maybe a little bit more. All right, so now we need a message. So it was select matching object, select all objects. That's all from that tab. I just kind of select it as remove locked object. Which will force us to go implement it. Let's see, select all, select matching. We're gonna do some set insert stuff. It's gonna be different set, or set remove. And you're not going to get it checked. Oh, which actually means that message is probably not going to be exactly the same as here. I copied maximum objects. Oop. Yeah. We actually don't get a bool, though. I mean, I could set this up to be a checkbox in a different implementation if it just had the bool there. ID from locked objects. That was assigning the value from that, so actually we still have to do this, which actually, this is not an advanced statement anymore, with the conditional and stuff. So we've still got this stuff going on. Yep, how about we hook it up? I keep going to the map UI because that's the error that results from this. Show locked. What do you got? Oh. Sending a message is optional. Okay, you can actually manage that. Well, you could always clear it. I might never use the unlocked icon. I can add an unlock here, and if I did do lock all checked, that would just be a shorthand way of setting that flag for all of them. Might make it a little bit ambiguous what the lock means, though. So we've got a header, we've got some basic management. I really thought I'd use that lock somewhere else. And I could still show a lock icon. And it could still be a button. All right, show matching object. I guess we need to do that first. So the problem is, you kind of end up with a button in your label. And the I lose the ability. Just click on the label. Now, I could, like, show that off to the side. I could maybe move this thing around to show lock underneath. That'll put all the buttons off to the side. We have to do something else for the spacing here. You're a label right, so this has to become... and you get a singular thing. You get your own attributes, and... this goes up here. Yep. I'm going to want to do a similar thing with this, though. Alright, so we're currently working in their tab. Locked objects. Okay, so that's up there. There is almost too much space now. Oh, actually, I'm going to need a different search term here. Let's see, do I actually have the search term in here? No, I must have this in... objects received. I know this has some subtexts on it. So that might make the alignment there a little bit weird. All right. We could, in fact, use a checkbox for the button here, although the button would have a very similar effect. And none of this would be counted as the label. The label would just be... label would actually be nothing. And that should almost depend on the state. And then we have to get into what is an input icon. No, actually, you're not a maybe. ID. So yeah, we don't want to bump that over. How do icons work? Quillistive Walker, thank you for the follow. Now, tonight I am a little sleepless. I'm not normally streaming at this time, but thank you. I guess it's still this morning. Let's see. Input. This will be part of radio. Oh, I missed that was Radio Rose. That's probably for being all part of the same set. No, this is checkbox, not radio. Default checkbox. Like when you make your own checkbox at some point that fits your design. It's a bool to an element. Okay. So this is just a function that is... Is this something I could potentially reuse? To an element, which is either going to be... I guess icon is a... If checked, then... I'm kind of curious, because they do have like a two-tone icon thing going on, so I'm kind of curious. I need the closing brace. What the default checkbox is then. Okay, that all behaves. I don't think things moved there. This is not maybe as centered as we liked, but the way that works... this is kind of centered, so... All right, because we're still doing that function. So in fact, that is going to be like a lock unlock. We could use the same message for the button. Remove locked object. Select matching object. Toggle lock object. So that's going to have to change. Map UI. Remove locked. And now we in fact do need code a lot more like this. Wait, not select all objects with matching object ID checked. That was select all for all of the checked, not an ID. I'm not even sure toggle is the right word, but it's a checkbox. I guess we use it for the Eve thing. Selected matching objects. This is going to become the new locked objects. I guess you could end up toggling that when it's not selected. So now, oh, right. Send the message. Show locked object. Two locked. All right, we put one in by default. Doesn't really affect anything. We can quickly do that one. And now you see if I did that here, it would effectively remove it. As nice as it would be to use that same control. We should, however, move the color bit up. Let's see, and then you Just need some space. And I forget where else I put the thing that was just space. Actually, it was probably here, wasn't it? No, because you still got the icon. Oh, that was in your header. Hmm. Okay, yeah. It would have been nice to have these kind of be the same thing, but that didn't work out real nice with having it be the label of the checkbox. And now the header needs to move over too. Let's see. Locked object list header, object list header. Oh, you're the checkbox with label name. Isn't this what I had to do for locked object list header effectively? No, it's not a checkbox at all. It is a row with an L. Oh, no, I did make you separate. Okay. You are deliberately... This must have been an earlier attempt to do this alignment. You're just an L. So you could be a row. I don't want to put these magic numbers in here. Wait, I've already got my left-hand row. I could do that with spacing. Although that seems... It would not extend well if I added a column for whatever reason. I don't know if I can put anything useful in there for color. I certainly can't put the text color icon or whatever. Oh. I might see. I might be able to batch up the label with color box, at least. There's cancel circle. Matching objects. Show matching object. So that's a label right. Does that padding matter? Don't see it making a big difference. We do have to specify a label right, though. do I want to put the label right in there? And it's going to be the same for both of them. They're not both checkboxes. Oh, this one is not a label, though. That is just going to be some text that has a button next to it. It could be a checkbox. But it'd be a little weird. For one thing, would have the locked, unlocked ambiguity. I mean, I guess we now have this here. So if that was locked and then this was locked, it might make sense that that would unlock it because it would be the same reaction. Let's see. So this would be, if we just do this, this is a object with swatch. You get, let's see, you have a text and an ID. Is that the only place we need? Where do you come from? Oh, title. It actually thing, and title comes from object named parts. Yeah, that's not gonna be an easy thing to swing around. Okay, so matching object. Okay. Locked object, we just have title row, title text. Okay, so you, and then we can drop this from down here, which is a different font size apparently. And the larger one isn't bad. Although I guess it ends up being maybe a different size than the map one, although that depends on zoom. Oh. I could even pull that out. No, because we're removing this. You are just becoming a spacer. And it's going to have to become like a double spacer. Whatever that is. And I need things that have subtexts on them. Getting there. I don't like putting arbitrary numbers in here. Yeah, that's slightly different. This one might actually be the one that's slightly undercutting. Oh. Still slightly different. Not too bad. Oh, now my header's all off. Model matching objects. Yep. Yeah, you're fine. Locked object. Locked object list header. And we're already just doing something that's spacing. So are you going to be the same? And probably there's going to be some other padding involved here. Yeah. There's not really enough space to put a label. Now, in straight up HTML, I would have place to put a hover title on it. We have hover elements, which could be a display over. We have regions, which are larger. Oh, an ARIA label access to identify otherwise unlabeled elements. It's an attribute. Oh, these are all attributes. They're just like, hey, by the way, label buttons that have only an icon. Let's see. This is labeled by that. That has the lock unlock. I guess the select all could have that kind of thing. Let's see, matching object. This is label hidden. Well, because the label hidden is the label. This doesn't have the checked state, though. I'd have to re-infer that. So the checkboxes have labels. So really it would be this button. Now is this... This is region. I almost want to just pull those in as element. Of course, an element just got dropped into things. Not the clear all. Checkbox matching object, locked object, input dot button. I don't know if that'll have any. Yeah, it doesn't have any. That's an ARIA thing. It's not a user thing. Yeah, ARIA label. But I actually think I'd have to actually do the my own hover element to make it visible normally. And if you don't realize what that does, then that should that will not toggle them all out. So if you ended up doing that, you might have some other work to do. Serviceable. Not super happy. All right, and we had the thing. How often are you going to want to just come in here and say, yeah, get me everything? Boiler? Copper coil? There's tank of water, but that wouldn't be bad. Tank of crude oil. There's not that many. Oh, I still got my flint chip locked over here for testing purposes. I don't know, maybe just take everything. All right. So how do we have to watch the text for a carriage return of some sort? All right, this is font. I want input. Focused on load, not necessarily. Checkboxes, text multi-line, placeholder attribute, text with autofill. Get an on change message. I guess really, do we get anything? We do have, let's turn off timer subscription. Player, we just shouldn't do time notice. Oh, we are a little bit off? Yeah, we're a little bit off. And what we're interested in, oop, we're still processing. That's without the timer. If we get a message, oops, well that was its own little message. Oh, you know what I actually need is the message, not the. Oh my gosh, it doesn't even show it to me. Good for state, terrible for messages. Actually, we still want to do this because it's the message spam. I was thinking of the message spam. Just printing them all out. Okay. There we go. It's like, that's not nearly spammy enough. Okay, I need something else to get carriage returns. So my life search was going for anything that like exited the field. Is there any kind of implicitly linked button? Maybe if it's a form, pressing enter submits the form. Document key press. Do not use key press, not trigger need to press the key that does not produce any character. Has been depreciated. Do not use key code. Key up. Key is supported in all browsers. Type equals submit. Like to be default, and type equal button to other buttons. In other words, in a form, yeah. I don't know. Do you even have a form hookup? Form elements. Usually you want the implicit submission behavior, or they want to do something when the enter key is pressed. An on-enter event handler. So it's just a regular old HTML on-enter? Or is that a thing here? Well. Or is on-enter an event? Oh. The code field key, which they just said not to use. Okay, on enter is a element attribute, which is converted from HTML attribute, which is HTML events on. A key up, I think, was recommended. So there's pieces here we may be able to use. No. Oop. In the view. Do we have any other decoders? Target value. You actually are fully generic, aren't you? Because you get a message. Well, that was terrible. Big else. Element HTML attribute, HTML events. I almost want to reverse this. JSON decode.map tagger, a message. We're doing a succeed fail. Well, that's only decoding a single attribute. I forget. On change, when that event fires, send this field. And I was doing... Okay, so I already imported on an HTML attribute. JSON decode string. Oh, the type of field. Oh, it is target value. I guess that maybe we had some issues with that being different. It's only used once right now. That is on change. That's all LMUI stuff. So could we do... What are you going to be? You would be... Let's really tag her. But that was just a message. This is an ADA message. And it probably could be that. That gives us a decoder, but that goes into here. And you are a... This would in fact be an element. Actually, element.attribute we probably don't have. So I was thinking if we reverse this, And then we do the same thing down here. So target value. You take tagger. It's a different kind of unchanged, though. So element.attribute is not a thing. I just misspell it. So it's in this module, it's just attribute for you. We exposed everything. Is it singular? Yeah, so this attribute message. Oh, but needs an argument. And then they decode differently. I thought, oh yeah, this will just work fine. Because this is really a view module, it shouldn't be doing that much decoding. You'd think. JSON decoder. Target value. It's complaining about, yeah, this one. Is an A to message, is a string to message. Oh, JSON decode.string. So this, in fact, in this particular version is only a string. This is message. This one probably doesn't need to be message. I mean, usually it's very easy to get into a position where it has to be a particular type. Okay. Oh, and apparently element.attribute does work. Okay, we have that bracket. Actually these are a little bit off already. I might still need that one. Decode field key string. JSON decode and then maybe not. I've got on. Without actually trying to apply it. Now, they're saying key. This is saying. Wait, this is. Wait, this is good practice? Do not use. Oh, key code. Key press. I thought they were saying don't use key. How about event.key equals enter? Isn't supported in all browsers. Maybe 10%. under 3%. They're saying key code is not widely supported. It's been depreciated. Okay, this is on our on this. It's just an extra attribute, which we don't have right now. Yeah, this is just a one-off message. It's just gonna be the same as lock, isn't it? We're effectively trying to press that button. All right. Presets we still don't have. Or saved sets. I don't know how big a thing that's going to be. And really, I might want to see how server side works before we get into that. Alright, so initial model. Closed sidebar. What did I call this? Data filter. Is usually where I go first. Search mode. Search lives, object list mode. We should not have anything in here. We should not have an initial search. Okay, we start up there, we go to there. Nothing here. Nothing here. Probably left this way too long. Okay, we updated some icons. Updated LMUI. It's just... Okay, that got moved up and then checked off. That's abstracted, that got renamed. Hmm. It's possible there's some more room for abstraction among some of these things, but I may have to see that as I'm working with it. So the second row is going to be a little bit different. We got a little bit with the tagged title there. Our search boxes aren't necessarily the same because we've got gotten a button over here. So I cut that off. Yep. It's an experimental input mode, but something else is really broken without it. Lock objects from multiple search terms. And the sun's starting to come up. Let's see how our lighting's doing. Not great yet. Alright, as long as I'm doing front-end stuff. Alright, so I know... That's this. And that might be down to leaflet styling. Okay. Leaflet left, leaflet control. We could override that. We already override a bunch of leaflet styles for colors and things. See, that's all theme. Leaflet control point legend. That is indeed a point legend. That button toggle. Idle, leaflet control. So that's setting up our transition. Would that work? That might be 2 days after now. I don't like the asymmetry of it, but There is a practical concern there. I probably could arrange to like toggle a class when Gradical is on. That's mostly been a thing that's just internal to our layer, though. I don't think that MapUI cares about Gradical at all. It does get a layer notice, though, doesn't it? Overlay add, overlay remove. So we're probably seeing it. Oh, and then we're doing specific things, and then for anything else, we're not really checking the name. Well, I guess that only the monument layers have that. Yeah, and then none. Okay, that's the same one. So we can be aware of it. We could apply classes. We've got a light dark, right? Theme control, theme palette. Theme class. And this is just on our top level layout. I mean, that could really go down to map. Does the asymmetry bother us that much? It looks kind of bad. Do we do anything else that's like tracking a layer? Monuments. Life data visible is kind of doing that. Graticule. And then view, let's see, this is theme class. HTML attribute class, HTML attribute. Actually, it's going to be a lot like this. This is a conditional. Oop. However, oh, there's not a none attribute, is there? I don't really have a group for attributes. We almost have to make it like empty class. I don't know how else to say. I don't care. Either that or you do something that modifies the list. All right, overlay add, overlay remove. I guess we can stick with specific named layers. All right, style. All right, notes. That's an amazing amount. All right, so I did this preset thing for just kind of ambiently watching lives. Now I've got a routine that's pretty much fetch data since the last map update, which we ought to be able to figure out. Then advance here, and I'm always looking at this first. Now, presets was a pure set of settings. This is a data query. Actually, I guess the other preset involves a data query too. Play relative to. But what makes it do a data query? Maybe play relative to implies a data query? No. Leaflet date range. Now I'd already done a search here. Now this should be in yesterday preset. Yeah, so that requeried, got the data, started playing. So why did it do a data query? Does play do that? There's starting. You could play just map data. Which part of this makes us do a query? Data range. Oh, this is back from making a query. Fetch lives? Fetch matching lives, probably. Oh, is this actually model? Perform live search. Live search box. What triggers this? Is it still something left in the JavaScript side? Maybe it's not fetch matching lives. Fetch lineage, require monuments. Fetch recent lives. Require recent lives. Oh, maybe it adds the overlay which does that. Is that a search overlay? I think that's the individual player search. Anim overlay. Can we find any evidence of that? Oh, model with data layer loading. Oh, how did I miss this? Okay, so if is yesterday, then set yes. Oh, if it is, don't do anything. Set yesterday is from the route recognition. So we're updating a model with the bits from there. So what This is like... It's like yesterday's date. It's daily review. I did so many little things for this. All right. Oh, this was a collection of settings. It's not like a... well, I had some of that, right? Oh, would you stop? Yeah, there is a preset in the link. But that recognizes it just from a collection of settings. Preset, otherwise nothing. So I guess I'm going to have the link in there. It's probably not going to maintain it for me. Wrapped row. Don't know why I chose to use that there. I don't actually have the ability to generate... Because that's just true, isn't it? And that is a model thing. Maybe time, maybe server, and just yesterday. That's going to have to become like preset. Can I define... It's like, I don't think this is like a field in the model. Yesterday route. Well, I did have some route stuff. Well, I have more of the route stuff in here. Is yesterday is more of a straight model thing. We could perhaps consider that. Oh wait, this is doing commands though. I mean, we could maybe abstract the model part of it. So now the awkward thing is we put center URL in here, which is a routing thing. Probably because I needed to use it in the view to do these things. All right, so we can do that. We can do that. we can oh, none. Eh. Naming is hard. You only use like nothing once or none once. All right, at least one call to this. The other dashes are fine. This is true. Oop. Oh, actually, indeed. And there might be more. And you see, that's a bool. We've got 2 instances of that. So this is going to be like detect preset. And I don't know if we're going to have a as good of a preset detection here. If else, I guess it is going to be no preset for now, just to get this done. Okay, daily review, daily review. You were not exposed. Player. Need this to be a bool value. I forgot to rename you, probably. Is yesterday is just a detect preset. Well, is yesterday model, because yeah, is yesterday value. Okay. All right, so that makes that syntactically correct. Let's see. So it would have a data layer. It probably would be. It would be a kind of from now. We're not really gonna have any of this stuff though. I guess I can be looking at like some format options and things. So data layer. I wonder if passing through data stages is what's kind of removing it from the URL. Can't say anything about that. Not going to say anything about that, or that, or that. We want that point location. Up window, please. Not located here, apparently. Yeah, because I have to communicate it to the map. And model dot point color. So do doop doop. Otherwise, I figure out what our otherwise default time is. Not sure there's going to be any other strong indicators. Okay, it is not cause of death. Cause of death color. It's compilable. All right. Let's see now. Where did we end up detecting? Let's see. Set yesterday comes in on. Oh, yep. If preset equals. So this is really going to be like preset route. I could do a case with catch-all here. All right, so set yesterday. Right, this is to not double update it, I believe. All right, and then yesterday, this kicks off all the commands and stuff. Now this might actually get a little bit hairy here, because there's some math I want to do. All right, data layer, loading, time mode. From now, we have to not do, not you, not you. This was point color equals cause of death, point location equals death location. Anim overlay false. Fetch recent lives. And you see, I had a specific function for recent lives, and I now have like a recent lives that is different. I guess we're not doing UI anymore. Oh no 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 no. Previous 2 days. This might fall under one of my standard fetch functions for other purposes. Fetch recent lives, and that's actually what I used to use as like a default fetch period. Let's see, relative start time, relative end time. This is relative start time. Few hours before set time. So this is just the time thing. Is it select show? Fetch data for time, which is going to be the time that is already in the model. So from now, fetch up to time.now. Oh. Oh. Fetch data layer, model select relative start time, model hours, period time. Okay, this I think is actually what we want. Maybe I do still do fetch up to. Oh, yeah, because that one was cacheable. So I don't know if it's cacheable. Eh. Model that selected server. Okay, so that's in common. Model.hours period. Now this is going to be variable. So we're probably going to need all that here. And we have a time, we have a time. This is going to be a false. All right, so we need to go figure out what our default time logic is. That might end up being kind of set up for us. So it's going to be on receipt of something. That's probably going to be like spans or something to that effect. Matching lives, arc list, span list. Don't really have a separate. It's either arc list or span list. Time range. Time range. M last time. Last arc. Okay, so when this comes in, and I guess I have to figure out what I'm evaluating yesterday now, because it might be before this. Maybe set time M last time. Yeah, if it's not previously known. No, it wasn't that. Is yesterday. Detect preset. Comes from replace URL command. No, that's detect preset. In the settings, we're looking for preset route, which comes from change route to. We might not be able to do that. We might have to say, is it. The route may have to set that stuff, and I have to say, when my data comes in. Then we have to do that, because the other one didn't need any current time information to do. So when it attempts to do this, it's not even going to be compilable because we need a time value. This is probably a time range. Now, model has to have some concept of now, which will be useless at startup probably, and maybe none. Well, yeah, model.time. Okay, so there's something there. It's a valid value. And the other thing we're looking at is last time. Okay, so there's the last time. We have not done any preset stuff. Okay, so clicking it there worked. Reloading with that. Well, it did something. Okay, so that came in first. Then this came in to give us the actual time we needed. And we did fetch something. Not quite sure what. Huh, there's now a new line in the chat box. Wasn't worthy of a update in the Twitch notes. Let's see. So maybe set time. I guess really. No, this wouldn't be any maybe set time, would it? Oh, well. Current time, showtime notice. The moment it is only used there. We want to say, if we are in that mode, which we've clearly detected something here, and then some state knocked us out of it. But you could, if you bookmarked it, it would attempt to do something. And if we've not knocked ourselves out of daily review before we get here. One of the conditions might be data not fetched. And we're currently triggering a data fetch, but maybe we wouldn't there. Span to range. So barring, well, there's the possibility of split spans. Perhaps I would notice that, perhaps I wouldn't. It's not going to be a very common occurrence. So at this point, if we think we're in that mode, we would trigger a query, not just for the last span. Well, we also have the server range, so we might need this, and we might need server list. Start time. Relative time, model.hours period. Yes, I go. Current is the server number? Oh, the server. You can map max time over it. But basically, I want, from the last time you would have been able to look at the map to the most recent lives. Well, it'll pretty much stop when it runs out of data, so I guess overfetching that wouldn't hurt. I might still need some sort of now. So could I, when I get the spans configure effectively, that period, and there's a message, fetch up to relative start time, model.hours period. Then we would trigger that off to make sure we have the current time. Fetch data for time. So actually, if we could even do that if we had from now with the appropriate number of hours, which we would get from receiving the span list if we were in that mode. Last span, span to range. What is time range? Oh, that's our default period here. Okay. So dot end last time. Time mode, hours. We don't know. This is time selection around. Hours before, hours after. It's just hours period and it's interpreted relative. Okay. I don't know if I can really set you to anything right off. So if we do that, if it's in this mode, when the span list comes in, not requested. From now, with those settings, is all we've really got to go on right now. That's not going to change too much. So we can check for that again. You know what? I did like that, but those actually are kind of annoying not to have together. And that's is. You don't actually have yesterday sitting right there. So you wouldn't necessarily send a message. Right off. I might be able to check for the existence of the span list, like if you click, in case you clicked on it when it wasn't set. But we can come back to that. So when span list comes in, it has to be good to have our time set. Although time range, I think, is what we need here. Set daily review. Okay, so then this gets broken out. So this was maybe set time, which is model command message. Using add update, we have to figure out we're only setting a command. Well, no, we're going to set hours period too. So I don't know that I can use any of my, because we're going to modify both the model and the command. I don't know if I can use any of the helpers for that. Add command, add update, yeah. All right, so we have to calculate. Well, it's time range, but that's time. We are, sadly enough, we have to convert it into hours, go get the time, then we're going to convert it back into actual time. But I am set up to need my current time to effectively use the relative time fetch. Or, or is it just timestamp to timestamp? Relative start time for hours. Yeah, that's doing hours period. So we've got a timestamp and we've got an end stamp. Oh, I need to think about if we need the server time to do this right. It'd be nice to set the UI properly. API selected server relative start time. We were setting the span time. Time range. What is tuple.second POSIX to millis. Oh, you're a maybe. Do I need to do math with this, or this might be a timestamp? Or a proper POSIX. So this is probably tuple.first. Oop. And what are you? Just model. let's see, our current map time would be the end of that. We really need to get into the server time. This might get us back into fetch up to... This would get us to do something. I don't think it's right, though. POSIX. So what is a time range? Maybe POSIX. But it's still a maybe. So we're assuming we have a valid data range. Maybe what we need to do here is actually ensure that. Because it really doesn't make any sense without it. Okay, that was something. So that was that coming in. That should be the following from our last time. I guess what we'd want here is... That's a time range. Looks like we didn't get our... we probably fell out of the preset. And yet we fetched data. You didn't even do the settings. Oh, maybe it wasn't a URL change? Okay, so that did that. I guess if we look at the time range here... Yeah, so that would be the map update time, not the life update time. For that, we need to have server list. Start time, max time. Yeah, because I used to have this as end and back. Max time, relative end time of hours period. That's ID is current. Current is annoying. Oh, we turn it into a dictionary, so it's a little bit easier. Or we calculate our hours period, which we kind of want to do anyway, slightly overfetch it, and then just do fetch up to current time, which will reuse more stuff. Let's see. So now what do we need? And we do still need time range. And it's all kind of an abort if we don't have that. Is that only the command? It does end up being a command, but I need to update the model too. Okay, so we're guaranteed to have... Oh, and actually... we could just do this, since we now know what's a tuple. Really care about the start now. We do have to do all the math. Oh, to make hours before, this has to know the current time. What is... start time? Maybe dot with default. So I don't necessarily know. Well... that does a relative end time on it. That's our start time. All right, because that's the time we've selected at the end of that, I guess. You know what? There is that little issue. Oh, we're still tripping something here. We should not be tripping. Oh, because I'm not actually checking. So there's that. All kinds of maybes. Oh, we got past a message here. I might have some issues here because this was only set up to do a command. That's interesting. All right, because that was time range. Okay, so our default position is there, and if we just do a search with that, oh no, we did get something. I swear I'd done that recently and it didn't. So once we have this, we can get the current time, try to fetch everything. So this would return the fetch up to, oh, we had to calculate the, as to convert it to hours and then have the hours converted back. Or I have to call this from both span list and server list so that whichever one of them brings in both, we look up the appropriate values between those two things. Well, it would be polite to set this up anyway. Oh, but I need an entire message loop to get the current time to know how many hours before it is. So this is going to be, still just. Oh, I have to send myself a message? No, I have to request a time. Time.now? And then that has to turn around and do a fetch? It can then do the fetch directly, I guess. So we have to do an updated model where hours before, maybe it's only one field. Hours before. All right. We have to do now time.posix to millis. We're going to need a start. And that is going to be milliseconds. Yep. So we're 1,000 milliseconds per second. Now, it's hours. So 60 minutes an hour, 60 seconds in a minute, 1,000 milliseconds in a second. And if that's integer division, it will just lose some detail. if I use my timestamp, it's not exactly this. I mean, we shouldn't have set that, even though it's not really part of this setup. Okay, it is not time dot now. Task dot perform. Time dot now, test dot perform. And you must be left over from something else. Oh, we lost this somewhere. Okay, so where the heck is this? 940. Maybe set time update. Did I delete this? Maybe set time update. This has to have been moved, right? Or maybe it got accidentally bulk copied. All right, 927, 991. Oh boy. So daily review, mid-daily review. Yeah, arcs for time, maybe set time update. It was like bulk copied somewhere and got way too much. Ugh. Maybe daily review. All right, arc for time, maybe set time update, and how that got corrupted, I don't know. Or maybe this is like part of something else. Yeah. I don't know why you're there. Oh, this was right. Then we run into the other problem. It's like, why is this even here? Oh, it was like hours period. Specifically for floating point division. Alright, so we're not actually in preset mode, and I'm not even sure that the link will directly trigger here. Okay, so that was only triggering by mistake before. So what we need to do to make you trigger in the immediate way. That would have to happen on a URL change. When we detect that that preset has happened, and we were... So that would happen when we already have our span list. Which could happen with a bad time range. Last span. Spans, list reverse. It spans... We do not have a simple span list after this. Prop of those worlds. If server.spans, like I said, so it's a data. Don't have a whole lot to go fetch that. Let's start with this. So, when we do this, oh, we have to know if spans are even there. No. If is daily review, which we just set. It would do nothing more if there was no time range. Okay, so that does something. That does not. So we get you. And we are no longer there. Okay, so at the time that this happens, we have destroyed some precondition. And there's not very many conditions. I guess this is where the debugger comes in. Otherwise, I have to print out the entire model. Let us turn off the timer. It's still loading. Or do we have to set things up again? No, it's... yeah, because we lost that status. Now it has to fetch data. On day 14 hours, so that sort of fits. Okay, so we saw that happened. And we get our span list. Because it's really at the time of the span list that we care. Haven't got monuments yet. So it's still processing. Maybe one of these days I'll figure out how to make these presets not terrible. All right, data layer. Not requested. Oh, that was for if it was showing data. A super slow-mo or completely unresponsive. Look to resume or not. Well, that'd be easier to look at the interface. I might have to not consider this. It is so terrible. Oh, was that able to save? Maybe they fixed the locking problem there. No, it's just still thinking. Wait. Shouldn't you have been okay? Okay, so that's still not it. Time mode. Okay, so that did not... That does switch it. When we come back into here... What changes our time mode? Maybe. Time selection around. There's a couple of things that could be happening here. Time selection for time. We care if it's actually doing it. Time mode equals time selection around. Select time mode, that should be a user action. Okay, now it's looking like it might be messed up. Okay, and then time selection around messes us up. So why is this range messed up? That's 29 days. So that's when we go... When we go... change route. Of course, this is a much... And that's... Do nothing if it is. That's just to avoid the query, I think. That should be setting it. Because all of those conditions wouldn't necessarily be set. Well, it's only format, and time mode, which it is. And we threw this on there. It's triggering that, which will hit this. You say, is it? If we have a time range. And we are attempting to do this. Maybe my units are wrong? No, it's POSIXes. That should be right. I guess I can do tuple. I might still have to... I guess I can still tap into the math. "38 hours. Seems like too much. Did I forget to run map logs this morning? No. How are we getting 38 hours? Well, no, actually that might be right. 24 plus 14. I always think of it as 1 day plus to get to our start period. Okay, so that actually seems it loaded this time. Okay. And this is messing us up. Which is, oh, this is from time selection. Which is either no arcs or no arc for this time. Oh, that's data or not data. Okay, well. This might just be happening before we get arc data. Well, that is the condition for that. So do I have to wait until arcs come in? Well, I'm setting the conditions initially. Then waiting for spans to come in. We need the timestamp. Meanwhile, we have changed our time mode because of this. Server list? So the server list is currently coming in second, but it's a network request. There's no guarantee of that. All right, well, I could use something to drink. I'll be back in a little bit. Really? Okay, yeah, I'd never heard that before. From what little I've looked into my ancestry, it was, well, I mean, it's a little bit all over the place, but more British Isles centric, but you know, lots of stuff.
Very natural. But whatever. That's a big tree, Jesus. Put that in the back. That looks a little better. What? Why didn't that accept? Oh, shoot. Duplicated. Delete that one. There you go. Hey, you, go into that. Hey. No, not you!
Is that you're a samurai?
You got no reason rocking a man one.
Oh my gosh, you're ridiculous.
Well, that's traditional.
a samurai man bun is acceptable, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, but only if you're a samurai occupation.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's how my mom cut her hair growing up. Short in the spring. No, short is almost less practical in my opinion. braided bun. Drew's like so braided bun must just be like the thing, you know?
Welcome back. Do we have to do like a pending preset? Maybe the time I've been implementing them is not the time to be implementing them? I wonder if there is currently any sense of when am I fully loaded? When has the rest of the pachinko machine stopped running? Let's see, the debugger is ridiculous. Of course, even just logging the messages to the console is kind of ridiculous. I don't want to worry about, or do I still have subscriptions off? Yes. Okay, so we got overlay add. We got update URL with time. That's going to happen every time we cycle there. I guess, well, that is a URL update. But because we're updating the URL, we're going to lose the preset there. So we'd have to like explicitly capture and remember a pending preset, and then we'd have to say at any update or after any update, are we now fully loaded? Do we have spans and servers and whatever else? Current URL, arc list, monument list, span list, objects. There should be a server list in here somewhere too. Server list. That wouldn't get quite so big. And if we had loading errors, well, I guess presets just wouldn't work then. Now, the problem I'm having is that we set some stuff up early on, and we can first get the initial URL and grab that tag. And then all of our other stuff is hopefully trying to set things up that end up conflicting with those settings. That would add a little bit more formalism to the whole preset thing. And if it was in the model, I could actually stick it back in the URL a lot easier. But the whole point of deriving it from other settings was so that as soon as you changed one of those things, you weren't in the preset anymore. This is sort of a pending action. Would it make sense to do a sort of message queue thing? Well, no, these are all events that come back. So there's going to be points of quiet in the middle. Technically, I don't have to check all events. You could put it just on like loading event things as one of our final update steps. I think in particular it'd be like servers and spans. It'd say, do we have time? Do we have servers? We could throw in arcs and monuments for a fully loaded thing. Oh, these are server data. Might be harder to say if they're all loaded. Servers, monuments are server data. Arcs are server data. So you can really only say, do we have servers and is the current server as loaded as it's going to get? What's our initial state? And you see this stuff starts out as non-requested. And somewhere we go through and request it. Maybe even down here? Add update. So is that going to... That's going to start loading, so maybe... That's live, select server. If we could get in after that and check things. Wait, that's not server list. That's the correct server list and the error server list. And then this would come in and fill in the data. That would spans would come in and fill in the data. So this would be like when server is loaded. Otherwise, I'm not really sure what to wait for. You know, sort of keeping a list of all the things you're waiting for and checking them off. Let's see. There was set server, which triggers off all the uploads, or, well, downloads, updates. This is pretty much going to be a model update. That's about what you are, right? You were just... No, you were. Oh, we use this to maintain the commands. I could have this jigger some stuff to send a command to actually do the stuff. But the things it's doing might send messages. All right. See, you got a server ID. Although it's checking it against model.displayServer. So we could use that. Server ID, model.displayServer of servers. If we get a server, we need to check for its stuff. And then we want to know, do I have a separate thing for remote data? We have with defaults. We have not requested, not available. I guess all I really care about is loading. All right, so server. So it's arcs plural. I wonder if this is a useful helper to have. I could have like a remote data of bool or something that could return more information about the overall status. Spans. I guess we're going to check for loading. We should check object index. Oop. Remote data versions. So loaded would be not equal to loading. Well, I guess we're really saying not loading. That's what we're actually saying. Although we have this construction. Morning, kitty cat. I guess I need that one. All we're going to do right now is identify it. When we can't do that. Else if we can't find the server, then we do nothing again. All right, check server loaded, model, comma message. Server.objectIndex. Does loading have... No, why does it have a data field? Is one of these not remote data? Arcs, spans, versions, oh no, I was looking at monuments. I thought that was weird. I'll expose this. Oh. Okay, so selected server. And then get. So this should really be current server of model. Not that that helps our problem right now. But it is a server, kind of a server function. Oh, I've got a current arcs. This is kind of up in data types, though. Server loading. Current server. I'm not calling it yet. Oh, we can see if it's done, if it triggers, though. Because we're not calling it. The places we wanted to call it are in server list. In particular. And well, span list, although we also know that arcs are going to be a thing. And I guess monuments were part of that. Done loading nothing. Right, because I used display server, didn't I? That's what I was using before. Interesting that it was not a display server. And then we have monument list, span list. We were done loading before some of those things came in. That seems kind of suspicious. It's a big message now. I might have to... Well, if those remote data are there, they're going to be big. And you see arcs loading, so that seems completely wrong. As it says right there. Oh, I called this server loading. I was thinking like loaded. It doesn't actually mean anything started loading. Okay, that may be a bit more reasonable. So we need, what, something like a pending preset and I guess I could change settings, then change them again. So we define the type for preset. It has not done anything with the model so far. Where would that go? Well, center and time. And I guess, like selected server, are things that are currently in the URL. That's all config stuff. Oh, there is a none preset. So do we need to distinguish nothing pending from It's preset application is pending, but there is no preset. Right now, I guess we don't. You know, if we tracked active preset and said we activated that whenever, well, that's going to be, we only check it at the end of loading events. So we might be able to just do it every time there. But this will be a thing we would update it out once it activated versus tracking like the current preset. Oh, I could actually, or we reapply the settings when we send the message, and that would have actually solved it without doing some of this stuff. Now, it would still be a good time to perhaps send messages. We've kind of been what do we call it? And how are we calling it? Maybe daily review. And then there's the check server load, which is doing a very similar thing, but now we will know that other things happened that got in the way. But we would like to wait for all of that stuff to go quiet. So you were indeed taking model message and doing things to it. But you were checking to see if this applied. Right, so that's why I have to save it, because one of the things we want to check was modified by the intervening code. And if we keep that as this is the current preset, then we're going to be evaluating that from time to time. That other bit of code will have changed the preconditions and therefore changed our stored preset. Unless we be very, very careful about when we update that preset field. Could just say it's a no preset. That wouldn't do anything. All right, so where we apply presets. Because I kind of want to reapply it. Be a little bit easier if I could clear the preset field before calling into here. Preset route. Okay. Oh, the other yesterday did immediately do a query. Although maybe we could break that up. Right, because there's a span list coming in, we need to determine if we need to do it. Now we know. We could put this here. We're done loading. And I could just always put it in depending and then implement it here. Oh, these aren't set up to deal with incoming messages. I had set this up as a maybe. So many passes. You would not be checking for preconditions. It's not really a maybe anymore. And you're really just the command part of it. Not a fetch per se. This may have been for the immediate click part of it. Because, oh yeah, because my, all this other stuff is load time. That's going to come in on a URL and trigger off this kind of stuff. If I separate them out into model and update, the change router is going to be the same thing we get in the early on, isn't it? Let's clean up the update debug. Done loading. We were probably not set up to actually be in conditions. Okay, so that actually does work. Didn't set our formatting options. Or it didn't implement them correctly. That did. Oh, there are probably messages I have to send that don't get sent. Yeah. Interesting that point location isn't in here. That's probably an oversight. I never messed with changing that default. No, actually, you do get updated here. You don't get updated there. Well, I do have room for commands here. Without getting into a second level model check. Oh, this has to be a batch because it's more than one. How bizarre. We're not able to maintain that either. Okay. That's still not changing our point color. I'm not sure about. Yep, that is not changing point location either. Even though I explicitly put this in here to do that. So now it's triggering the query, but not the model update? Are we losing our command somewhere along the way? Oh, yep. Nothing command none. And you're just doing a command. You're not doing a command batch. Oh, point of interpolating that. Oh, that actually kind of stuck. So now I actually have to change things back to see if it's working here. And that's updating this. Oh, and the other thing is that, well, yes, we want to do that. We want to query that time, but actually set our time to here. And I was going to all the trouble to set the hours before so it reflected in the UI, but we actually do just want to query that and then set to current time. Actually, map current time would be fine there, which would be where it loaded. And now that we know this comes in after the server, we could just use... let's see, we do want the range up to current. But that is just fetch up to, well, that uses hours period. So then you have to go and change it back. So actually we don't set that. We set this to, I guess, technically 1 is the smallest amount. We need an actual let block in here. No, we don't need the hours at all. We have start and end. It's fetch up to, but using a certain time. Wait, but this thing has a certain time. But the time needs to be now. What do we do? Server list. Sets that to what? I'm trying to set things up so that, you know, when I just go in and look at this, I'm usually starting off looking at things that have happened since the last map update. So I'll start off looking at this and saying, hey, you like lose a truck or something? And then we go back here, and we can like look at like, you know, generation. I think we had yeah, there was a old family died out there, and that kind of crunched the colors on everybody else. Look at birth time, look at lineage. From there, we can go in and look at what the towns were like. So there's just some initial setup there in terms of picking the spot that's like exactly around when the map update comes in. And actually, you know, is it one day? Or are we still close enough to be... That's one day, so we need to be the previous... It's always 1 day plus. Previous day? Yeah, so the start... Yeah, the most recent data came in there, so we need to go another 24 hours. And then you do a life query for that, and then that tells you where people were living during that period. And maybe I should just get around to making the time bar so that that kind of query gets easier. But in the meantime, just being able to like kind of bookmark that and have it come up with the settings I use. Which ends up being way harder than it should be, so I guess I need to rethink my design sometime. So I'm setting the start time of you, time selection kind of ends up being based on that. Are those start times going to be useful? The maximum time of the server, but we're like adding 2 days to it. I mean, that would encompass the range we need, and I think the data will actually get cut off. So I might... I have to see the start was the start. Then now... that could get weird if you activate this not starting up, though. And technically, model.time range isn't necessarily going to be right either. For this, we want the most recent span. And time range was initially set from that, but you could have done anything since then. So we kind of have this. So I think it's going to get named differently. We have fetch up to and like fetch between, which we happen to be using with a time.now. We're not, actually, we were going to set this to, I think 1 is the smallest. We're going to fetch based on our start time. Now, the proper answer is that, let's see, span list. So we have last span. And time range is map span to range. The time, it's the current time, not the last time. That is, yeah, map end. This is, we kind of want the other one here. Actually, really, that would be like the beginning was what we want out of last span. Let's not model that time range. Maybe dot map. So you are still not a defaultable. Well, you're already a maybe. So spans. Oh, but this is a. I need the spans for the current server. List reverse, list head, which is then a maybe. And then we grab the end of that, and that is a maybe. We only need, that was the end. This needs the start. Current server model. Dot spans. Okay, so this uses the model, but it's only actually generating command. Oh, I was thinking of reapplying this to fix up anything that got changed in the meantime. That blind sends a command without considering the existing one. Would that be a add command message? No, because that's like taking a function. I could do always. Or is that add command? No, there's still a function there. Oh, no, wait. I'm calling this thing, which is calling this thing. That's... That's not going to work. So I wanted to reapply those updates, which means that doesn't send, but I think that means we wouldn't send this when we just apply it. Maybe I should just separate the model updates from the commands completely. That means when the route changes, what does that mean for route changes? Because we're not going to hit the everything loaded trigger then. Are we hitting change route in different places? That's the point where we detect it. I want this to trigger in two places. When we do that, we get a change route message because it's just a link. In that case, we'll need to immediately, well, I could check server loaded, although the URL could have changed our server. And we also want to do it on a page refresh when everything is still coming up. So maybe on change route, we have to do the is it loaded check. And if it is loaded, then we can immediately do the command part. And then maybe we should only do any preset stuff in that case under those conditions. Then we're all clear to change things and send messages. I guess we still have to check for this existence. In order to send that particular command, but maybe I can be just a model message and then let other things deal with gluing it all together. So you go up into there. My yesterday already does command. That's got the check to make sure we're not doubling it. So preset route. I currently have a function of, let's see, so this is check server loaded, which is from model.pending preset. So that's right, we have to capture that the first time through because we then do not have it if it's not available. So anytime we parse route, if there's a preset, we update pending preset, and then change route to, what is combine route? Is just add update, effectively. its result is a model command message, taking an update function, which is model to model command message, which is about what our set update at yesterday's in company are. So that's you, and it should be the same for the other one. The routes are taking a parameter. Is that legal? No. Oh, so this is something else, though. Current server model dot spans is a maybe server. Oh, because there might not be a current server. All right, this got too nasty. This is actually a maybe. I guess I just map this and then default it. Maybe dot map spans. All the maybe maps. Maybe dot and then, which is a different maybe of the internal list. Then we're into maybe land. And it's start. And we maybe dot map that. To start. And maybe dot with default to command none. There are a couple of things we could combine here. Let's see, so that returns a maybe, so we still have to be careful with the result of that. We could and then list head. Then we have to deal with the maybe again. I could maybe map. Is it dot start? Or is it a tuple? It was a tuple. Right? No, this is spans, so start is probably fine. I was thinking of the time range, which is derived from spans. Argument is maybe server, and expects. That looks an awful like a server. That's list B. Oh, your remote data. Maybe that was my whole problem. Because I was in a receiver where we already dealt with that, so we have remote data with default. Which make you not a maybe. The current server is a maybe. Spans. So you're a remote data, so maybe we shouldn't combine that much. We have all our types changing here. But it's still inside of a maybe. Because the server might not be there. You're a list, I presume? No, this is the and then part. All right, so fetch daily review. You need. You're a model, and I think that was the only one. The only one. Yeah. Oh, the point was to do this differently. And to apply all things here. So your only model. Your model message. Your model message. So you're like an add update. And you, let's see, this was returning. This is in combine route, so it has to do with the message regardless. Although it could deal with it once. I'm going to leave it a little bit easier to switch back. That compiles. All right, so that came up as a preset. That did its thing. This doesn't undo aspects of that. No. So we change some stuff back. Okay, we have immediate. We have reload. We have. Oh, it's still in the URL. Okay, that's preset. We changed this stuff. Oh. Not requested. That might actually work now. Although I think it's might be breaking the preservation of the tag. No, it's still preset, so it's not. Maybe I'm not triggering a URL update to. I'm not doing anything that's actually replacing the URL. If you like move around, then it does. Should I keep checking that? Seems like I must have had that in there for some reason. Oh, no, equals not requested. So this is, it wouldn't detect it initially, but we'll capture it up front. Yeah, there's a lot of debug doc logs. Okay, this is all the reasons we could go to that. Okay, we've still got a time selection around. And a last time. All right, so that makes the time of application a little bit more straightforward, I guess. This was before on any URL update. Although, detect preset. Replace URL command. That's detecting it. I guess my concern now, like that updates the URL. That updates the URL. Okay, well, I'm not seeing any signs of additional requests. So maybe that's why we have the, if it is that, then don't do anything. Oh, and notes. And the rest of these, I think, are all too big. Nope, not you. View? Model? Oh, it's a nothing after a no preset. Oop. Animations. Nope, nope, there it goes. It didn't fit out as fast as I thought. All right. So I know I had some notes for this here. But really it's... it'll affect the server project, but we tend to prototype things directly in this one. Default map center, higher zoom level, search indexes. Map center might actually follow from doing some of this stuff. Search indexes might also be direct. Somewhat, well, search engines might be more straightforward, except for deciding where to cut off and where to do animations. I guess I'm most interested in alternate zoom levels, but that could be very, very awkward. Let's see. Maybe kind of a... let's see, tired heat mapping. I have 1 hour, 1 life. Let's see, this is going to be for web deployment. So right now, there's one file I keep forgetting the name of. output tiled placement log. I don't know that the way this breaks things down is going to be useful. There are pieces of this that we're going to have to copy, but we're not really going to deal with object overage. We're not going to deal with minimum size. We're not really going to deal with floors at all. Activity isn't going to care about... What do we care about seed? Oh, just tracking seeds for the spans. In case it's a new span, but that should be pretty well. Well, I have to. This has to break in the same places, so that might matter. And then we have tile sets, which maybe there's something generic there I can use. Yeah, tile.floor, it's going to be, might be too specific. Tile set and tile. Object floors. That will be the tiled grouping. So if we get the placement log, but yeah, it's tracking the position, which is like more than we need. So I might have a variant of this. Well, I guess for our heat map, we have to track the heat map locations. But we're essentially going to need a counter for everything on that location. So I think I might need to kill this. And then maybe look back and see if it goes in anywhere. I might need to track spans so it breaks in the same place. It's an activity log, so I don't think we need to deal with the base times. This was supposed to be an abstraction of the other stuff, so in a sense, we're just going to put this in as a core loop to something more like output. Well, it's going to deal with events, but it's going to be more of a singular thing like this. And you've only had one zoom level. But we do process it. So you deal with the spans and that stuff. Output map log only deals with your processed. Do you deal with spans? I don't think so. So in that sense, this one will be a little bit closer. Output. Activity map. Oop, nope. Edit. Activity. All right, we're not actually going to use you. These are data formats, which I don't know what my data format is yet. That, however, will be more like output final placements. Actually, key plane might be a better starting point if it's going to be anything. Photos, JSON, progress bar. You used set. Don't remember where. I'm going to need to update my output map. Processed. Zoom levels. Yeah, we're not really going to have a full detail. I'm probably only, I might make 24. I don't know if I'm going to use it. So it would be 25, no, 23, 22, 21, and 20 perhaps. I don't think we're going to have that. But path file system objects. Do we need objects? I don't think we need objects. I guess I can leave it around for a little bit. It's just processed paths. We don't care about. Maybe we do kind of want that coming out. Checkpoint. If it's processed, which actually probably we're going to be running this over and over again. Zoom levels each. We're not doing a min size, so that doesn't even matter. Tile placement, do span tile set. This is just a way of returning, or is this for every? This is for every span that happens during the doing of this. I probably still want a separate function for this, at least. Hopefully you never need time step fix up. And then right tiles. Yeah, so we change this. I don't know if key plane will work here. Output. You were doing... Well, actually, you don't exist either. But it's probably just like key plane. Possibly useless wood context. Shush. Oh, you were used only for that zoom size determination. Okay, doesn't care that that's not defined. So the equivalent of this would be what? Now you are receiving a bunch of arguments that were just things in scope there. We don't need floor removal. I don't think we need those, which is probably our objects. We don't need a min size, which actually takes care of all the option stuff. Log file is passed in, and tile width is passed in. Do we just call it read for now? And, all right, so that's going to be our loop. I probably don't actually want to do multiple zoom levels right now. The higher ones will actually be, well, I have to do the stuff to group things. Log file tile width. Somewhere in here we're going to do a yield. All right, tiled. So you've got your read. Yeah, or even is the end. All right. We're not excluding anything. We don't have floor remove. We don't have min size. We don't have object over. We will still have breakpoints. Start file. I don't think previous matters. Server, seed, span. Hey, Hendrik. How's it going? Don't have base tiles, don't have base time. Now, maplog.create, that's for the line. If it's a start, so tiles, yeah, this tile set. We're gonna have to figure that out. Then there's our yield of the 2 bits. Split arcs before. Span.new, span.next. New tile set. Start. Checking the span position. So there's still some common stuff here, but some of this later stuff is going to be very different. Breakpoint logic. Yeah, I'm not needing to worry about copying key, I don't think. End time. I think this is old bad code. We've got some sort of tile object. Do we care about the object at all? We need to do something with the tile here. We're not doing removes. We don't care about object size. We're not skipping anything. TXTY. This, do we use this down here? Let's see, we're not doing excluded. Oh. We don't have this entire thing. I don't think we care about previous. This is the overage, which we're finally large enough to not care about that. And that seems to have taken care of TXTY. We use that there, but we don't need it. So I've been using this intermediate tile set thing. So we've got tile set. And I don't think this is going to quite apply. It might be something like this. Let's see, the updated tracking. I don't think we need. I don't think we're going to use this for tile. Yeah, my existing tile index might not quite map to this. I don't know if I want to write another index, though. Get all placements. We're not getting ready to be doing copying. The tile itself. Set floor, set object, add placement. You're just going on to a log. We really want to keep a count. See, and I don't see. I'm all in object terms right now. See, loader is for the base tiles, right? Yeah, so we need to reload. This is a tile set. So the tile new chords. Maybe. Although if a tile just ends up being just like a hash for this. I'm not going to have per tile time stamps. It would have its chords. Updated flag shouldn't matter because we're not carrying anything over. So it is kind of just going to be a hash table. So we could make a activity tile set just to have parity in the code. They are going to have different interfaces though. Yeah, see, the finalize is setting the tile times. So don't need to worry about that. Don't need to copy keys. So you didn't have tile set before. Tiled. Span tile set arc. So don't need to. We're not dealing with time sets. That copy key. So you would just be a new. Don't need to finalize. So tiles would just be an object, which I think is basically what we've got inside of there. New object. Yep, missed to finalize. This is if it's a breakpoint, which we're not going to do anything special with that. The indexing works fine. Now, we probably pulled out a tile at times. Tile equal tile set object. Oh, this? Is this where I do need... You know, this is log x, log y. So I guess I was dealing with relative versus absolute coordinates in my knees. Key plane might actually just be straight up. These were all relative coordinates, and maybe that's... where did I do the relative coordinates at? Maybe that was built into the txty, and that's what we recorded. I was just saying log.x, log.y. I thought I had reduced these to relative coordinates somewhere. Is that tx is divided by tile width, but that, yeah, that's modulus. And if it's on the edge. Still log x, log y. So tile.set object. Well, if it's just itself, well, this we now have to deal with. Let's see. So we have to deal with the creation of it if need be. That's where the object was a little bit, well, it would read nicer, I guess. I don't know if I can do tile equals. And then if this is just another object, it is going to be a count. And actually, I have never dealt with summing higher level things before, so we can get by the first pass. And then I have to deal with that. So how does this go? It's hash.new. Is it hash key? Oh, yeah, that's we just make these. We make. I make the type of this a hash that always makes it come into existence. So this one, hash sub key equals 0 if it doesn't exist. So that's a new one of those. And then tiles, we do reset tiles occasionally. We reset tiles a couple of times. So maybe it's easier to leave that one plain. Now, all of my writers are expecting to receive placement logs of some sort, I think. Oh, and it's expecting to receive a tile, first of all, which has a tile X and a tile Y, and a objects and a floors. So we're not going to have floors and objects. Do any of the others care about? Yeah, the others care about that. So I could put like numbers in, say objects. To try and cram it in there. I might need a very simple version of this to maintain some parity there. It's like, or the right method takes the tile xy as an argument. It takes tiles, tiles.length, tiles.each. Well, you get chords. And then we no longer use them, so maybe there was a little bit left over from that. So a tile would have, chords. Was I getting tile X? Tile X and tile Y was just chords. Empty check might be handy. Although if it's just an object, then it just should not have any entries. Yeah, that's like the only thing that's useful about that, and I don't think I can use the same data formats anyway. It's just slightly annoying at this stage where we have to basically make a dummy data format. What was output log value? Is there like a log plane? Log diff maybe? Yeah, very, very slightly encoded. Should be pretty... Oh, that separated stuff. Log diff didn't really separate stuff. Tile.placements, just the log. Don't need the read method. Well, like I said, I don't even need to worry about an output method. Output until we can get it to run. Writer, if we're not going to call it. Oh. This is thinking in tiles again. This is going to be like a tile.empty. Yep, it's not. And we want to... I need to be looking at something here. How about just size? So it doesn't get too spammy. Alright, so output final placement, output map log, output activity map. Output dir is indeed going to be someplace else. I might need some baseline files to support that. We'll have to see. Yeah, and I see this entire process is going to fail without objects. So I have to check, make sure that there's something there. There's something there. We're not going to use it for this step. I need an activity map path. File list, updated files. I'm going to have to get this to go reprocess everything sometime. Final placement. So we create an object. We're not going to necessarily use it. Oh, I'd never renamed this. Probably got some a bunch of random extra stuff. That's probably nothing. What do we change? Oh. Just checked it and counted it out. All right, so we should be able to go. Although my server is not going to like that because it always wants to be on master, but it shouldn't affect us until we start running stuff there. All right, this is going to be a case of we do one very small file. We don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about that when those are already false. I don't want you up affecting my regular stuff. I mean, I guess we're going to be outputting it to a different place. Oop, ActMac path. I probably copy pasted something. And we said you do not need objects. Where's the actual error? Undefined method tiles. Well, yeah, okay. Missed one of those. Tileset.tiles. There's gonna be tileset, I guess. Not really a tile set. Okay, we got some counts at Zoom 24. That might be about what we run. Oh, this was a small little, probably a Rift error thing. All right, just a little baby. Okay, yep, there's some tutorial stuff. Lots of ones. All right, now exactly how to output this is one of the things I'm not sure about. I can try some text files and see how they look. Gem spec. Ruby graph phasers. I guess there's its dependencies. The thing I'm concerned about is image. Okay, I don't see image magic on this right now. Ruby graph phys may have some dependencies. So I might have to. I don't know if it's going to make sense to do image output. You do not necessarily use a tile set. File system, output path, zoom level. A tile is just going to be a hash. But that means you're going to need chords. Oh, wait, that was Yeah, tile Y. This is just tile dot each. Oh, this was just key value. Those are just whatever was there. That's pretty plain. I don't think we need to read these back. It'll be nice and easy to inspect the results. Okay, output. They're still in placement because I followed on with that stuff, but... Oh, did I? Oh, some of these are just old. No, let's keep placement. Oh, am, yeah. It's still kind of placement data, so that's an interesting question. I should just keep everything together. So that is dirt simple. We could start playing with that to see if it makes any sense. And that's just like, I wonder if these are going to be, well, they're going to be similar to the regular key placement in terms of density. It's going to be one entry per. So we could try to load that up just to get an initial sense of what it's going to be like. Let's see. File size is very bad right now. I think when I did pure images, they were like a couple kilobytes each. So it seems like, admittedly, we're not doing any of our compression tricks. Which, if I gave this a tile-alike interface, well, no, because it'd have to fake out like floors objects to make it look good. And this was actually organized by object value, which is... I guess it's a kind of encoding. You're going to have some zeros, well, not zeros, some ones, some twos, a couple of other things. I do need to take a break, though. I'll be back in a bit. So it's getting closer. I guess I could do a double on that one. That would change that. But then I can't do anything with this one. Because anything I do there will double up that.
Base dug out. Let's build that other set. Meal lice. Or meal wood. As far as it goes, putting doors down everywhere, it's a little bit of overkill. I probably don't even need to do that, but I just like it. One advantage to it is,
Case hurt. Guys, I got to give a shout out. Man, if my fingers would just work right now. Shout out. I am just like so wow. If you guys, oh gosh, that doesn't work. Don't know who Milton T. Pike is, please go over and check him out. He is hilarious. Um, you will instantly fall in love and be inspired. All streamers should just so wish to be like that. He is just so, I mean,
way. I don't have to make it. I can just freeze it. And what I'm thinking about doing with some of this puff pastry is actually making some really cool breakfast ones where you can do like cheese and bacon. You use a microwave to cook. Oh, thank you, Nicker324 for the follow. I really appreciate that. So, we're gonna put our puff pastry dough into the freezer, and I just want to give everybody an update. So now the garlic was in the fridge for. Oh my god, somebody clip that! Well, the garlic is now everywhere. If it can go wrong, it will go wrong on stream.
Forget your lust from the rich man's gold. All that you need now is in your soul, and you can do this, oh baby, if you try. All that I want from you, my son, is to be satisfied and be a simple kind of man, and be something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple kind of man.
I suppose that all the Twitch things, clips and highlights and things will be no good once Twitch stops doing the licensing for it. All right, so we could take that and perhaps start playing with visualization. That's gonna be very old. Let's see. So what was the directory structure? So that is something different, but we've already kind of got. Yeah, we had map log and key placement. And then we put everything, yeah, then we put it actually under here. So what did I do with this? I think I changed that prefix, and then I messed that up. So map, other project. So that must have its own path in it. Yeah, so those didn't end up different. Activity map. Where's your KP? Or is that in the format? It might be in the format. Act. Yeah. I have to remember what time slice this actually was. It's going to be one of the pretty early ones. Oh, no, actually, we could put in... I think that's the final timestamp. Where'd the console go? It's that map. Oh, right, because it was here. So I was outputting to there. I didn't want to touch anything else. I think it'd be easy to point the map at that. Let's see. So you were that one? I guess I can see if I can find this timestamp and where that puts us. Let's see. So probably Riftish. If we can even find out where anything is there. This is at 24 right now only. And the summaries, actually the summaries are going to be a thing. 156 46 32 744. Okay, yeah, there's some stuff there. This is going to be a, I don't know if it's going to be a good, well, it's going to be 1 pixel per. I might end up having to point this at live data here. Yep. Well, it's not live, but it's one of the golden copies. All right, so now you do need a branch. Let's see, this is going to be a new layer type. Well, if I output it as images, that's a built-in leaflet feature. It's just, I have a feeling that's going to involve image magic. No. Pure Ruby. Seems to be a lot of references to it, and these are all forks thereof. And that's using it. Yeah, our magic memory leaking image library. Decodes, encodes, might not have great compression. Oily PNGs, a mix-in module, some algorithms in C. So if it can be installed, on Heroku. Oh, decompression bombs. Especially crafted PNG files. We're not installing stuff on our own server for the most part. Can we do... Has anybody asked that before? No. Awesome, really toolbox. Nope. Well, hopefully that means it hasn't been a problem. It's a mix-in module. Instead of require chunky PNG, as you normally would. Okay, so it really should be drop-in replacement. Maybe on some of the larger ones we can get some comparisons. So we know what size that format was. Does mean we actually have to install the libraries. We are on a branch. And even this library has to have the dependency on it. I guess it'd be kind of similar to that. That's probably the library name. Now it says it's supposed to be drop-ins. I don't know about library, if you want to declare that as a dependency. That's that map. Too many windows. All right, we're doing this. Okay. What is chunky PNG? Any of the sources? Has my gem file gotten out of date? Let's see. Bundler Ruby gems source URL. Well, how about your gems? No, not your gem spec. Do you have a gem file? No, you don't have a gem file for Bundler. 2018. Oh, chunk, not shine. Yeah. And it looks like they decided to update something while it was at it. Hopefully that doesn't cause any trouble. Oh, did it eat that? No, it's still this window. So act plane. Act, and there's not gonna be a whole lot different you can do. I mean, you could do like different colors or something, but which we're gonna have to deal with that stuff. Your text. PNG chunks, metadata, compose images using alpha blending, creating an image from scratch, saving as an interlaced PNG. We're going to want to review some of these options because probably I'm just going to want to do like a fixed palette. Although actually, I wonder if And well, the images are 256 by 256, so if they had a 256 palette, that'll only be equivalent of 1 row. Probably worth it. That is going to have to be encoded in every... Maybe if I did grayscale and could like do some blending of it or something to change the colors around, I would have to encode it. Of course, these might have to be transparent because they're going to be overlaying things. Unless you did it as like grayscale 0, and it's got a fade effect. Tile, let's see, out. Now, these have only ever dealt with text files before, so that could be interesting. Oh, now you see, this is not save. That might be a problem. Surely there's a way to deal with that. This is tile.each do something. So for each file, I'm going to guess that that's the height and the width. RGBA, color black. I don't know what my number range is right now. That's one of the things we got to figure out. One of the reasons I was kind of thinking maybe just load it up. We could go through and figure out in each one. One needs to be a global scale across the entire tile set. That might be something we have to output from our pass, but we want to be consistent over time. So this is where I need tile relative coordinates. And you know what? I may have never dealt with doing 2 tile relative coordinates before because I was always just difference encoding them, and that kind of took care of it. And min and max won't work. I might actually have to do some coordinate translation here. Or prepare my tiles appropriately. And this is maybe where a tile object could come in handy. Let's see if we can get something. So key is a pair. Just get something to look at here. I guess we would assume transparent. Does that mean we just have an RGB? Those look like they might be 256 values. I mean, presumably it would cap it if it was out of scope. Listen, I need to know how to just get a straight up buffer I can write. Or is this... That's the same thing. Loading image data using raw RGBA streams. Image from RGBA stream. Oh, decoding, yeah. One byte per channel. Aha, image.write. Wait, image.save. IO stream or binary string. Image to blob. Image.write IO. That's still text because we didn't actually change the type. Require can. Why do I keep doing that? It's always chunk. Initialize constant. What did I call it then? Oh, I just didn't. Initialize constant killer. Right, you are. Yep. Well, that's kind of terrible. Right, because I'm using garbage data right now. It's just... There does seem to be a center of activity there, though. If he could put that on some terrain, then might not be so bad. So that's text. Okay, so that one's smaller, then it's 0. That's smaller. That's way smaller. That's comparable. So far, I guess the PNG has compression and the text doesn't. It might be interesting to try doing some of the same tricks I was doing before. But this would be very easily displayed by the browser. However, our coordinates are, well, these things might be close to realistic coordinates. I do have the zoom. Wrong window. I have the zoom information. I have the tile coordinates. It should be possible to back into it. It's just going to be kind of a pain to get it right. Especially since, unlike the map data, it's going to be maybe hard to tell what's actually right. Let's see. And the one nice thing about this, even though it's total garbage, let's I guess I could have left the text files in there. That is a very easy layer to hook up. Granted, I haven't done that kind. No, I've still got one of my old image layer. There's still one kicking around somewhere. Maybe even a couple. Biome image layer. Screenshot image layer. Max native zoom. And that's all I did. Because there was some problem with min native zoom. This would have to be one applied to everything, though, because it's... Yeah, because you never had to be time-based, did you? That might be a complication. Oh, you had your own... I think this is mainly for identification. So I could find them in the inspector. All right, these were, see, a layer group, biome layers. Ah, because those could be specified by which jiggy. So I guess we just overlay out on everything and just only look at it in the right time. So this would be kind of like an overlay. Where do we initialize? Okay, there's that. Where did I do? Okay, this is after that. We can just kind of stick it in there. And did I ever have that default on? No. I may have had that default on. Oh, I never configured the paths on that. Because I had a config for it. Well, I guess. Key placement, key index, map log. We will eventually need this. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, you need a time, though. For our test purposes, I don't think I've set up ways to assign times to these. Unless I just I'm assigning time to everything, but I might have to do some investigation into how leaflet propagates that kind of stuff. Oh, I wonder if it's underneath the other layers. Supposed... No, because I based it off a base layer thing. So it would have had all that settings. But it's in the overlays group. Base layer by time. Biome layer, object layer. I mean, those shouldn't be as much. No value provided per variable. Oh, you know what? Actually, it was... No, that was Z. It's time. So, yeah. If we find a way to do that, to leaflet satisfaction. Oh, server. Oh, gotta provide you too. Oh, it's not gonna be... not gonna be that. Oh, now it's gonna look like a numeric variable. Okay, it loaded something there. There's the rift. Yeah, so everything you would expect to be kind of in that zone. We know the raw images. Oh. Nope, not found. PL 17. O. No, yeah, AM 24. Zero, zero. Oh, dot text. And they are, in fact, underneath other stuff. Now, I thought I undid that. Because we were misinterpreting that as a error. Okay, so it's something. It's total garbage data. Because our coordinates are all wrong. That could have been like a proper, well, it's an echo of a property fence somewhere. That's all wrong. Yeah, we kind of got a wraparound cutoff here or something. Can't really tell what was going on there. Of course, that, once again, it's not necessarily the right coordinates. And it looks like we're not actually transparent. So I would have had to, maybe you have to do like a fill operation with transparent. I just assumed that was the default background of the image viewer. Oh, coordinate system, that's going to be important to know. Let's see. Places current pixels from the other canvas. Let's kind of have to figure out rect coordinates. So 0. Now we're developing this here. And maybe there's something in new to, let's see, so drawing the color theme. Well, oh, default theme color. Variance of image, the different theme color. These are the solid color, anti-alias. And all the examples are gone. And it's wiki. Maybe. And that's on GitHub. Yeah, so that's it. I guess at some point I do need the actual documentation. So chunky PNG image new. Oh, isn't that encouraging? Okay, there we go. From data stream, initialize, metadata. Oh, background color. Is not how it came out. Or else replace column, replace row. Canvas drawing. Convert the canvas to grayscale. Not modify the canvas. And leave the current instance intact. I'm concerned with grayscale is transparency. Okay, so I don't have an easy way to fill. So 0 and rect is now a fill color is transparent. Does it actually fill with transparent? It says it's a background color, but of course, maybe Leaflet's doing a background where a tile exists. Because actually, probably looks like my default. Yep. Oh, that looks like an echo of something. And in fact, you can see. No, that's like a mirror image. But probably like within its tile or something. All right, so we've got a couple of things to work out. We've got to work out we've got to work out your coordinate system. We've got to pick an actual color scheme. We've got to figure out a scale that will work for pretty much anything. So it's going to be probably something exponential. And in fact, I probably want to fill in some of the midtones. So this was a very short little period here. Actually, I'm not surprised that Y is invert. That has been a common theme. So I know I do some coordinate conversions. What was that? Is this roughly TXTY? Percent tile width. That's just to kind of get the offset of it. This is, yeah, tiles of tile X, tile Y. So that's the tile coordinate. I don't know if I ever had to deal with the internal coordinates here. Divided by, there might be an offset by 1. Oh, there is activity. Is it just an opacity field? So that might help a little bit. Yeah. Let us see what's behind there for lining things up. So tile width is going to depend on zoom as far as the represented distance. Oh, that gets passed into here. And that depends strictly on zoom, so we can calculate that. I mean, really, the entire write operation is going to be a one-shot, too. So tile width. Okay, so that is going to give me a coordinate offset. I guess this is once per tile, but fine. I might need to reference these several times. All right, can we do any pre-work here? Well, no, we put raw coordinates in, so... So x is going to be the global x minus the... Oh, so there's a tile coordinate, and then there is the thing we have to do with the offset x, offset y. This might be where I have to do some of the conversions. Because that's technically converting it to a coordinate. And Sonic Song, thank you for the follow. I just like watching me be puzzled by math. No, actually, it was in this project, wasn't it? Although that probably, well, that relies on Leaflet for a lot of the conversions. The C code I used to use might have some more of that stuff, though. So that's just divided, and then tile Y. We do a divide. So to invert this, we would do tile Y, we would do negative tile Y, minus 1, I hope that happens in all the right order, and then times tile width. That was division. That should have... I don't know if it's going to round the right way. I'm going to have to be very spammy for a while here. So, minus tile x. And then we shouldn't have out-of-bound coordinates. To the extent we do is an error. Yep, that was error in a bracket. Now, but that, how's that going to be positive and negative? That's going to offset it. It was a negative coordinate, and we do a base level of it. Yeah, we might have to, that might involve some of the kind of +1 tile coordinate stuff. And I don't know what Chunky PNG is going to think of it. No. We'll have to work out how to do an actual color scale here. I don't think we're going to get over this, and it presumably will do something with out-of-bound values. All right, I think I've got everything off. You don't have map process. And you do have map process. False, 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 false. Seeds get saved, but I don't think we're going to be affecting those. Oop, nope, not a little spam. Negative 44.16 to negative 43.17. Oh, yep, out of bounds. Well, we don't want to give it out of bounds coordinates, so that's a good thing to know, I guess. Negative 43.17. So we took a global coordinate, tile, -1, to negative 256. And do I have... Oh God, what did I call this? What about an overlay? Checker. At zoom 24. Right, we just tried to do that one and erased it. I haven't sorted out the why the layering's weird either. I probably have to treat it as an overlay and not as something else. Although it's in here as an overlay, but maybe it's not tagged as an overlay pane. That would probably be it. Not that the basic color behind is all that bad. All right, so that's negative. That is tile -1, -1. It is positive y, negative x. That is correct. So is that a... Do we do an offset by 1 on the x? Well... Or do I have to add or subtract the... And see, I did minus. What were my base coordinates? So our offset here was 0, so that wouldn't have affected anything. I can agree that the leftmost coordinate of that should be 256. And our input coordinate was 44 and the output was 43? How does that make any sense? We had minus 256 and got an almost identical number? Did the numbers get corrupted? Oh, because it's tile. It needs to be offset first of all. And then we probably have some more issues to worry about. Oh? Just lots of spam. All right, this is still not matching up. And these might be completely offset from whatever they were supposed to be on. These, I feel, are probably flipped. This is weird because it's like it's flipped within this tile. Yeah, this feels flipped as well. So there's another thing down here. Oh no, okay, it's in the middle of the tile. And then all that stuff. No. So I know. So our y coordinate system is positive up. Your y coordinate system is positive down. But that's going to be within the tile. Does that have something to do with that? Nope. Nope. Okay, so that's not good. So is this just... I can't help but wonder if... something I did to this, because that's going to be the size of a tile. Well, no, the tile was supposed to be 256. I mean... We'll ultimately be constructing these such that they are 256, but that is not going to be, in one increment in this, is not going to be that many coordinates. One 256. Looks like this would be 255. Okay, I don't think we need the spam anymore. Okay, that's matching up with the fences. We've got a hot spot over here by the fires and the smithing. In this color scheme, you might actually want to go the other way. No, because actually the light is end up being less. Well, I need to pick a color scheme for this. In reality. Grayscale is maybe nice. Let's see. I don't know. I wonder if Chunky Peachy can define paletted images. Drawing methods. Constraints. Encoding. Color mode. Okay. But it's just a constant. Indexed images. Bit depth of 8 is used. Edge detection. Colored blob detection. What is the methods used? It is a chunky PNG color. Max predefined colors. Black, white, transparent. The alpha channel. Wait, this is instance method. Constant. We're effectively class methods, right? Or is that from some other module? Chunky PNG color.rgb. Might be from another module? Extended by color, included in color. Instance method. Oh geez, that was the summary. Well, I mean, these are still going to be, so this is like, we're going to have the same, like, RGBA. Well, this is like forgetting things. Okay, do any of these exist? Okay, so, well, that's not a useful search. Maybe all methods? We have to search, maybe we can only search in, okay. Chunky PNG color. Okay, so it's still hash even though it's the... Returns the red component from the color value. Creates a new... Interesting. It's just there, I guess. Int A, multiply two fractions using integer math, HTML color, grayscale tint. Can use grayscale values. HSV might be a better way to calculate the types of things I want to do. We probably also want to put some kind of curve on here. So we have a potentially unbounded let's see. No, not that. Square root of x. I may have to scale that a little bit because we're basically looking at like 256. And I'm just about going to have to run the whole thing to get a sense of what a maximum value would be, or a high value. And I may have to cap it myself based on some of the other stuff we've seen, at least with coordinates. Or maybe log of x. That might need a bigger multiplier on it, because that grows very slowly. But that's going to be in our scale. HSV cylinder. More interested in the color aspect of it at the moment. So if we did a standard blue to red, it would be like that way. What are your units for that? We only have from and to. Creates a new color from a triple. Turns an array. Oh, but we're assigning colors. Okay. Oh, color is an integer. So maybe it's a pact. Okay, so they're degrees, floats, and alpha. The nice thing about putting value on here is that this will just, well, it might not be legal, but in theory it rotates. How do we translate that? That translates as... so first of all, let's see, so saturation value is 0 to 1. This might be fully saturated. And then value is light to dark, so that's probably 0.5. Oh, no. So value... So we are doing what? 0 to 240. Which I don't know the range yet. So we're going to say... Where does Ruby put square root? Is there like a math module? Or just a function? Math.square root. This might not get us very much range, but math.square root. And we then want to invert it with 240. Oop. Undefined method HSV. Okay, so it wasn't HSV. As such. From HSV. Okay, all blue, not too surprising, especially since we square rooted it. Yeah, you can barely make out anything. And maybe I do want an index for this. We'll have to see. Oh, actually, the image layers don't have indexes at all. But this is going to be a relatively small period here. Man, I could, even without that, I can barely make out the... any variation. I mean, a little bit of variation, but not a lot. Because I do have these layers over top of it, which probably doesn't help. Oh, you know what? I copied the image thing. Those would actually... Min zoom, max zoom. Max native zoom. No, because it's... That actually seems broken. Oh, okay. So that does apply here. I thought, because I copied that from there. Oh, no, they went up, not down. Rather, we stopped at that level. This is the only level we have here. The only problem with this is it tries to get the... I think it tries to get the smaller tiles. Well, it does say native. To fill in all this stuff. Yeah, that's not good. So you'd have to actually have it cut out. Well, we have to define the higher zooms. Which, if we go by strict count, and we're going to have to do something relative to scale here. Now we have the problem of we have to condense tiles, and that is going to be some more math. Well, I still don't like my scales here. Nothing has really enough spots to... Well, at least at a distance you can kind of tell where towns were. Of course, that's 24, so you could kind of see that before. But we'll have higher level zooms that will have bigger pixels. And... Six kilobyte. I mean, some of them were 20 before. It might be worth looking at what a compressed text layer looks like, but the big ones still tend to be big. Oh, and speaking of compression, there was something about methods. It wasn't save, it was write, which would still have those PNG base. Write to that doesn't have options. It's just file name. To blob. So where did I see the reference to encoding? Color mode. Coding. So is this a construction argument? Where does one put this? Doesn't seem to be anything here. Metadata compression threshold. That be initialize? Metadata is blah. So that a hash of metadata fields and values. Color mode. See color. Modern Pass byte size. The number of bytes used for an image pass. Color mode in which the pixels are stored. Zero degrees hue indicating red. Oh, there's HSL. HSV. What are the color modes? Color constants. This has kind it's for an old version or something. I just have to look up the source on this one. Is it Undle open? Could not run. Well, at least it gave me the path to it. I wonder if the command line version is just Vim. That's a different Vim. PNG, color. Oh, this is the one that doesn't support the shift key. You're going to be a different kind of window, aren't you? Predefined colors. Color indexed, true color alpha, grayscale alpha. They're not defined in, oh, it's chunky PNG color, so it's going to be in the main module. Under your class method summary, class method detail. No, it's included by way of something else. And and actually I should probably cd into lib. Thank you. It is just chunky PNG. Top level namespace? No, it's chunky PNG. Grayscale, I guess index. So it was color mode color mode. Chunky PNG. We're gonna, I mean, that will go up once we actually hit real colors, but. Oh, undefined method length for 3 integer. Is color index just a 3? Do we have to explicitly pass this as a hash? Yeah, it's just a 3. Is it not color mode? Now, all of these are flat. They're not referenced as an option that way. Encoding color mode. Options. Converts to a data stream. Oh, 2 blob constraints. What about right? IO constraints. Okay. Great documentation it does not have. Hue must be between... Okay, I could see there be more than 240. Wait, that means it didn't actually do that before? That's where I ran that. And at this point, a small multiplier would go, but we don't know what our scale is. Are you okay? I'm at public. That made no difference at all. Yeah, we need to. And this might. I need to know, like, what are my actual max limits, and there's probably going to be some outliers. So finding a function that matches, maybe if I can get some, like a distribution of the data, I could figure out. Have a run that does everything and just outputs the counts for all tiles so we can go into R and do some data analysis. But now it is complaining that we do in fact go over. So we have to do at least some sort of max. Would that be math.max? No, it's array max, I think. So we would do that. Oh no, 360. So actually min. Okay, well, there's something. But once again, this is a very small thing, so that might not be a good color. And some tile somewhere, for whatever reason, got beyond our limits. There should actually be a red tile somewhere. Somebody goose juggling or something. Anyway. What we did not get out of that, that's family trees, was... And that actually went up. I'm not sure indexed helped there. Maybe we just have, because so many of them are mostly empty. Maybe the palette is hurting you sometimes. Or maybe it's picking the optimal color scheme just for saying, oh well, this one could be paletted nicely. Yeah, something else we did. All right. Now, that process. PNG. We've already got zoom as a factor. So this code has never had to deal with combining things. Tile X, tile Y. That is defined by tile width, but we're just putting the X and the Y in there straight. We need to be, if we're combining things, and I guess if we go down, does code ever, well, yes. Then it actually gets smaller because we're just doing smaller things. This is trying to always produce 256. I guess those would produce smaller tiles. We'll just never run this version down there. So tile width is going to be 256 or more. The tile coordinates will be fine. You weren't necessarily getting the zoom to calculate directly. So I called it stride in the other stuff because I was actually able to skip. Skip over the biome and just sample it. But this would essentially be stride. I think that we just do something like bucket size. We just go 24. At 24 minus, well, we're only going to process this at 24 or higher. Is that right? Or do we have to like offset it by something? So 24 minus 24, 2 to the 1. That's not right. Is it 20? Oh no, that's 2 to the 0, which is 1. 24, okay, 32 minus zoom is always going to be positive. Well, yes, we're going to go 25, 24 minus 20, no, not 25. 25 is bigger. So 24 minus 23, 2 to the 1 is 2. So log.x, log.y. So I was converting those to absolute coordinate, and then the other thing was converting it back. Do I have to store you as relative now? Because that's not going to offset properly if we want to compress things within the tile furthermore. If you just do division, then that seems like that'll go sideways. Well, that might be a good breaking point. It's getting to be around lunchtime, and that kind of math, maybe if I was more practiced, it would be pretty straightforward. It's like, you get your tile boundary. I think I may have to offset during the calculations, and at that point I might as well just put relative coordinates in the tile chunks. And then I'm fixing it there instead of in the output layer. That was nice because it had parity with what I was doing with the other types of things. No, when I have larger level tiles, I'll be able to use this to identify tutorials. I do not yet have larger level tiles. I need to figure out that math. At Zoom 23. And yeah, the one thing that's going to be annoying about using image layer is we're going to have just so many misses. I guess I could still write out an index of, well, but Leaflet doesn't know about my index. Unless I do like a indexed image layer thing. I mean, not that the image layer one would be that hard to replicate. It's also possible I don't want to use crisp for this one. Oh, actually, that's the hotspot. Huh, I wonder what happened there. Somebody just taking a bellows on, off and on, or kindling or something. The problem with the non-crisp rendering is that we're pushing images up against each other, and then you get a crisp edge between the images. All right, well, that's plenty long enough for my Sleepless stream. We actually got something visible. We'll have to see how what the processing time is for actual more recent events. Which, just picking one of those timestamps wouldn't be impossible. Well, no, because I've got the timestamp jury-rigged in. I have to figure out. Actually, notes would be good. Higher zoom levels. Can we get an index to what are the 404s? Because Leaflet's made for things that have exhaustive tile sets over a certain range. We need to figure out scale for counts. We need to math for summary buckets. Leaflet additional URL factors for the server and timestamp. I don't think I ever really did multiple timestamps with any kind of screenshot. It was always very specific. No, I never did the alternate worlds in any kind of image-based thing. PNG misses. So the main thing was that we had that. We need that to actually process any serious data. And maybe while we're doing buckets, we can find a good place for that. Maybe it'll be like one of these or something. Just find the most active place on the map. Of course, then I could see people gaming it. Anyway, just sit there spamming something for a few hours. Thanks for watching. We'll need to come back and do some more activity ourselves in a little bit here. Let's see. There's Blazor's web dev. That's what I'm usually on. Today was an unusually long stream for coding. Sleepy Devo Clock. Not really sure what he's working on, but that seems appropriate. Explains render targets. Not sure what that is. Yeah, we'll go with Blazor. It's still kind of web dev. I guess this is images for web dev. We did some more web focused stuff earlier. It was cool to hang out. Dan Petrescu is coding in Chile. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.
here is actually the component where we would like to add the preloader, I would say. And in order to use the preloader, we would need kind of create a new property. Public, it would be of type bool. I will call it is loaded. So if the component is loaded, and by default, this component should be, I guess, false. So this would be the default, and then we have this lifecycle method, this on initialized async, and here basically we do all the calls to the database, so everything that we need. And what we can do, I guess, here is after everything loads, we can just simply go ahead and set is loaded equals true. Okay, and then if we go to the markup part, we can implement something like that, I guess. If is loaded, that's the property that we have. So if this is true, then we want to display this. Else we want to display the preloader. Okay, and let's of course uncomment the preloader. On the preloader, I'm using an HTML template that I actually purchased from the internet for this, and it has some dependencies on some JavaScript from the template, and we will also have to make sure that that we go to that JavaScript and also kind of make sure that the JavaScript function doesn't get executed. And here in this if, then we actually display what we need here. So that would be it. Also, somebody is raiding me. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go then further to check exactly the preloader, what we have here. So we have this class which is overlayer on div class loader and loader inner. Okay, why do we have this is a scroll to top. I don't actually want a scroll to top button, or do I want it? I don't know. Let's see. Okay, let's go to the, because right now I guess if you run the application, I guess that the JavaScript behind will always keep the preloader running, or we'll see just in a second. It's opened on the other monitor, but we'll bring it right away. Okay, so it's actually not exactly what I would expect. Or is it? Let's open a new window for it. No, it's not exactly what I would like, because the problem is that the layout is loading very, very slowly. So this preloader thing doesn't really help a lot. Doesn't really help a lot. I'm really not sure why the background loads so slowly. I said that is from the template itself, from the internet. It's a very, very bad one. Okay, But there's another thing that I would think I can do here is um, so the problem why the behavior is not what I would expect right now is that the main layout, where is it? This main layout actually loads very slowly. I have a background color, container, header wrapper. What else do I have here? A header bar, but we don't have anything in the menu right now. And here we have the footer. So in the footer, what we can do here is, okay, we can also change that. I don't need that anymore. Okay, so let me check again what happens here in this one. So we have this header where we have this background color that we have set. We have this header wrapper and then this kind of thingy. But I guess that the problem is there, I don't know, in the CSS file. It should be somewhere, I don't know, here www root CSS animate, where is it? Yes, this main CSS probably. Finally, okay, background area. I'm not really good at CSS, and I'm not sure if I will spend a lot of time on this. Yes, if things are not working with this type of template, I will simply use another one, and that would be it. So yeah. I'm not exactly sure. Nice select site CSS. This is the CSS. Actually, that's the CSS that's coming from. Or I guess this is the CSS that's coming from the Blazor template. Okay.
That is PCI bus visible. Kick off this giant 10 gigabyte buffer of network packets or whatever. 10 gigabytes is too large. Kick off this 100 megabyte buffer filled with network packets that are going out, and signal this handle when you're done so I know that I can reclaim the buffer. It's like one API for allocating the memory and one API for the kickoff. That's what the API would look like. Like if anyone had any clue about anything, right? That is nowhere to be found. Like it's 2020 and that is nowhere to be found. In order to get that API, you've got to use like a special purpose, card specific, vendor provided API that only works on their hardware, as far as I can tell. It's just nuts. Like the degree to which we suck at computers